We're online.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call Planning Advisory Committee to order. Want to welcome our public member Pam Harvey's with us today. We have regrets from our public member Sam Balkin, who can't make it with us this afternoon. First item on the agenda is approval of minutes of December 9th, 2025. Any error or changes from anybody? Seeing none, I declare the minutes approved. First item on the agenda for planning advisory is the Coors Worldwide Tech Amendment to Land Use Bylaw, and is presented by Debbie. And Debbie, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. So the applicant is Coors Worldwide Incorporated. They're located here in Belknap. And their proposal is to amend the land use bylaw by increasing the maximum commercial floor area of the highway commercial HC zone from the current 930 square meters to 2,750 square meters. And the subject property here is highlighted in red. As I said, there's zoned highway commercial. There's the AR zone adjacent to them, and then there's the rural use zone as well adjacent to them. Again, here's a subject property map showing the subject property and the surrounding uses. So we have agricultural uses and we have rural residential uses. Development proposal. So there's currently a 771 square meter commercial building located on the subject lands, and Coors Worldwide is proposing a second 378 square meter commercial building for the property, with the intention to construct another building in the future. The current maximum commercial floor area of the zone is 930 square meters. And the HC zone doesn't allow or doesn't enable the applicant to apply for a development agreement for land uses beyond the 930 square meters. So the applicant is looking for a land use bylaw amendment. The intent of the highway commercial zone is to provide for commercial uses which make extensive use of land, especially automobile-related uses that service the traveling public. So the 2,750 square meter area is consistent with the overall maximum commercial floor area in the general commercial zone. So this is another zone under your land use bylaw regulations. And so that 2,750 is the same one that's used for providing both commercial and residential uses on general commercial zone lands. So what we're proposing to do is to make the gross floor area equal in both of the zones. And there are 21 properties in East Hants that are zoned highway commercial, and the proposed change would impact the maximum gross floor area for each of these properties. However, some of the HC zone properties are smaller in size, and the gross floor area of that size may not be supported on those smaller properties. So this is a site plan that has been provided by the applicant, and these are just the proposed amendments, and the amendments are not specific just to this property, but it's just showing where the additional building will be located, and this is the existing building, and as I mentioned, they might do another building in the future in the back. To show Planning Advisory Committee, we've produced a map showing all the highway commercial zone properties. Just to pick out some of the different uses, we have the home hardware uses in both Enfield and in Shubenacadie. Then there is auto sales up here in 9 Mile River. And then in Mount Uniacke, there's a couple smaller properties that I'm not even sure if the commercial uses are still active or not. And then it looks like there's a trucking business in Old Mines Road. In order for Coors Worldwide to expand its existing business, an amendment to the East Hants official community plan is required. And the HC zone is intended as a land-intensive zone, and the zone has no existing maximum lot coverage regulations. Staff recommend that the maximum commercial floor area be increased to match the total maximum floor area of the general commercial zone. And the amendments, because they're just to the text amendments of the land use bylaw, are appealable to the Nova Scotia Regulatory and Appeals Board. So for citizen engagement, because it's just text amendments to land use bylaw and it's not site specific, it's just an initial report and then first reading by council, staff evaluation, and then a public hearing, and council can either approve or refuse the application. And the recommendation is that Planning Advisory Committee recommends the council give first reading to the land use bylaw text amendments and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing. And the recommended motion is below. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie, for the report. Any discussion? Councillor Hebb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move the recommended motion, give first reading to the application for Coors Worldwide, Inc. to amend the LUB by increasing the maximum commercial floor space area, of the highway commercial HC zone to 2,750 meters squared for the purpose of enabling a public hearing and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing.
Seconded.
So moved in second. Thank you, Councillor. On before the motion, Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a small question to Debbie. So that 2,750 meter is set in stone for any size lots, or if you have like a bigger lot, that's a maximum?
Mr. Chair, yes, so that's the maximum that we're proposing, which would be consistent with the general commercial gross floor area. And that's just for the highway commercial zone, so that's not other commercial zones, that's just for those 21 properties in the highway commercial zone. And then through the plan review, we can look at adding policies for it to be considered by development agreement, uses larger than that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Nobody else wishing to speak, we'll go to the vote.
Elder voted yes.
And the motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, Debbie. Second item on the agenda is a Arkham Development Limited initial report presented by Rachel, and you can begin, Rachel, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the application site is hatched here on the map, and PAC may recall that this was subject to an application last year for multi-unit residential. And the request this time is to rezone to allow for townhouse units. Tentative subdivision approval has been given for this road, Dory Lane, and these lots here. And there's recently been submitted an application for the other side of Dory Lane for tentative subdivision approval. As mentioned, the proposal is requesting a rezoning to the R2T zone, but that also requires a designation change from established residential neighborhood designation to medium density residential neighborhood. And just to note there that the applicant will be required to submit site plan approval application for the townhouse development if this redesignation and rezoning application is approved. And here you can see a concept plan submitted by the developer, and the Dory Lane is just to kind of orientate yourself. It'll be a bit clearer when I show the next slide, but Dory Lane is here. There'll be an extension of Dory Lane here, and then these are the townhouse units on either side. And just that map overlaid on the aerial photography shows the townhouse units in relation to properties surrounding. This is the school, the existing Magnolia Continuing Care Facility, and we also had the recently approved assisted living facility overlaid here. So you can see the relationship of those proposed zoning changes to the adjacent properties. And this is a concept rendering of the elevations. If approved, they won't have to build to this design, but this just shows their potential plan for the land. Although a full analysis of the application has not been completed, planning staff want to highlight that the proposed townhouse units are located on an area of land between residential units, which have not yet been constructed, and existing institutional uses. This use is a lower density than the recently refused application and is more compatible with the existing low density housing in the area. There's no right to appeal to the Nova Scotia Regulatory and Appeals Board for this application. And here you can see the flow diagram showing where we are in the process. We're at the initial staff report stage, and this report is requesting approval to schedule a public information meeting. And that is the recommendation, is that council authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rachel, for the report. Any discussion?
The word would like to speak.
Could the warden like to speak?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to have one small item I've picked up on this that's causing me concern, and that is the minimum of one parking space per unit. And we have all kinds of trouble in the more built-up areas and subdivisions where we have more stringent parking requirements than that, and people have no place to park. And I would struggle when everything is said and done to support anything that only requires one parking space per unit. Thank you.
Thank you, warden. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions going back to, if you can scroll back up or down or, so medium density, where it talks about the medium density, change to medium density.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So this area here would be changed to the medium density designation, and within that designation, it can be zoned either townhouse unit or multiple dwelling residential. It's not an automatic. If you approve the redesignation, it doesn't mean that they can then build the multi-unit. They are then requesting a rezone into the townhouse zone.
Okay, so that's what I'm wondering. In a nutshell, if this gets changed to medium density, what are we permitting them to build? Not what they're saying they're building.
Council would be permitting them to build townhouse units. There's a variety of different townhouse units. There is on-street, stacked, and then you can see the version here, which is cluster. They could build a small multi-unit, which is a maximum of 8 units, but it's one small multi-unit per lot. So they would only be entitled to build one 8-unit here and one 8-unit here.
And that's how high?
Just give me a second. I don't know if I wrote that down. The townhouse units are 11 meters, a maximum height. I don't have the maximum height of the small multiplex, but it's probably it won't be any higher than 11 meters.
Okay. So getting back to the parking issue, well, what I feel is an issue, where is that outlined?
So that's through you, Mr. Chair. So that's through the land use bylaw. The land use bylaw sets out, as this would be as of right development. You're not entering into a development agreement for this. So the developer would be required to comply with the land use bylaw. And that land use bylaw for buildings with 6 or less units, so each of these buildings has a maximum of 6, they're only required to provide 1 parking space per unit. Anything over than 6, and they're required to provide 1.5 parking spaces plus visitor parking spaces. But the maximum number of cluster townhouse buildings that they can build in one block is 6, so there'll only ever be a requirement for 1 parking space per unit.
Okay, so is that something new? I never realized that we were capable of building anything that only required 1 parking spot.
Through you, Mr.
Has
Chair,
that
no,
always been that
that's
way, or?
been in for several years. At least since 2000. The parking standards were reviewed maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. John led that, the director led that project. And at that point in time, there was an additional visitor parking requirement added to the more than 6 dwelling units. But at that point in time, it was 1.5 spaces for a building above 6 units. But the parking standards based on, the 1 or the 1.5 has been in for several years, many years.
Wow, that just blows me away, considering that we're having the parking issues. So these are attached housing. Considering the emails that I get on, most recently from Sam Crescent, which have a lot more parking than that, and the issues on Concord Way with people parking on the roads, because I'm just actually shocked that we have any dwellings that only have a requirement of 1 vehicle for a unit.
Mr. Chair, could I just add a point there? We're just going into a plan review that's due to start very soon. And I believe parking is on the list of topics that will be looked at. So if there are concerns with regards to the general parking requirements in the land use bylaw, that could be looked at that point in time through the plan review.
Does that require a motion? Or is it just something that we can look at?
I'll refer to the director to see.
Sure, Mr. Chair. I can't remember if there's already a motion of council, but you are dealing with a report today on the plan review, so I think that would be the time to bring that up. I was just going to add to what Rachel had already said, that this one spot per dwelling unit, that's not just the R2T zone, that's your R1 zone, your R2 zone as well. So it's wherever you have what I'll call ground-based housing, that's the standard. We only go above one when you get into the multi-units.
I see.
So if council wants to move in a different direction, then I think that's a plan review item instead of kind of considering that as part of an application for a rezoning.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, as far as the, what they were proposing here, I don't have an issue with that, but I will never agree to anything being built that has one spot of parking in this day and age with multiple families and everything, living in one dwelling. I could, just for that reason, I could not, support this or anything else under those lines unless we change that. Okay, that's all from me, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. The deputy warden like to comment?
Just a clarification, so there's no way we can add more parking spots to this because the application's already started?
Through Mr. Chair, the reason they couldn't add more parking is because if this is approved, you're rezoning the land. So at that point, it's the developer's required to comply with the land use bylaw. The only time you can really negotiate the parking is if there's a development agreement, and that's not required in this instance.
Okay, just to go back with the previous councilor mentioned about the parking, we've been hammered this last week because of the storm. People parking on the streets, getting tickets, getting towed and stuff like that. It's a real problem in intersections. And I guess that's something we have to consider when we vote. And the only other issue, if this goes through, will fire be contacted for their opinion on this? Because we're getting quite a congestion in that area with the Magnolia there behind, and then the park, getting around there with parking, even waste vehicles would have a concern.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so yes, we would normally consult with the fire department. I can also seek some comments from our building officials with regards to what the building code would require based on fire.
I mean, the last one, the green spot up there at the end, is that a green area or can that be developed without anything else going on?
Are we talking about this land here that I
Yes.
just highlighted? That's an amenity space. They're highlighting that as like a shared amenity space. So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, if this is approved by council, this is not the plan that's being approved. This is just a concept. So the developer could decide to build on this land potentially. They would be required to provide a shared amenity space. So they may not, this is actually well over what they're required to provide. So there is a potential that they could develop that, but there's, they are still required to provide that outdoor amenity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, deputy. Anything to add, John?
Just again, to the parking, Mr. Chair, the concept that they've showed us actually shows 2 per dwelling unit. Not that they have to build that, but they're showing 1 in front of the dwelling and then a garage with each of those units. So, I mean, developers, you know, you would think are in tune with the market and what market they're in, who they're selling to. I know there are areas where we have concerns, but I guess, and that's certainly information we would share with the developer if the rezoning goes ahead.
Thanks for that update. Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So those dwellings, are they gonna be subdivided or are they gonna stay like all as one unit?
So through you, Mr. Chair, they wouldn't be able to subdivide these units because they don't have frontage on a public street. This is a driveway here, so they would have to keep them as one lot.
So I could see that as a multi-unit, not as a single dwelling if they're owned by the same person. And the parking is a good, like, it's something that I wouldn't agree on. And plus in R2T, you could put small apartment buildings on it too, up to 3 stories, right?
Correct, that was just mentioned earlier. They can have a small multiplex building up to 8 units.
So if they do those small multiplex, they're gonna still need just one, or they're gonna go with with more than one parking?
If the multiplex is for more than 6 units, so they can go 7 to 8, they would be required to provide the 1.5 spaces plus the visitor parking, which is a ratio of 1 for every 7 units.
So we don't have that for the R2T, like for the townhouses, even if you have 12 of them on the same lot?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the land use bylaw regulations regarding parking is per building. It doesn't talk about buildings on the lots. So per building, they cannot have more than 6 of these townhouse units in a building. That's a requirement for that zone. So that means that they would only be required to provide a minimum of 1 space per unit.
So it talk about building, not about how many apartment on
That's
one.
correct,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Go to the CAO.
Councilor Rolston, or Warden Rolston would like to speak, Shirley.
Okay, Warden Rolston wants to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. No surprise, I'm still hung up on the parking, but now I'm also hung up on the driveway as opposed to a public street. Because I just think we keep doing things that we know will probably be problematic in the future for the people that live there, and I don't believe we should be doing that. If this rezoning were not to happen, what could be built on these lots now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so they could have 2-unit dwellings fronting onto this extension of the Dory Lane there, so they could have singles or 2 units. It's our 2-zoned land now, so that would allow for those 2 types of dwelling units. But they would have to have frontage
How
on
many?
public streets.
Yeah, and there is none, right?
This here would be a public street.
I'm not seeing
Oh,
from
I'm
the way I'm seeing, I can't see,
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
we have the Dory Lane where they've got approval for the new road, and then that then extends out to where the continuing care property is. That extension of road there, that will be public streets, so they will be able to have frontage onto that section of public streets.
Right, just to make it a little easier for me, trying to flip back and forth between maps here. How many dwelling units maximum could they legally build on this property under the current zone?
Through Ms. Chair, so I'm just eyeballing it here, but I would say that they could probably build maybe 3 units on each side of the Dory Lane there. I don't have the distance, but I can provide that in the next report. But I guess maybe a semi on each side, maybe 3 units on each side, so 4 or 6 maximum.
And technically, they would still only be required to have 1 parking place per unit if they developed as of right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
So I definitely think our parking's got to be discussed in the plan review. We can't just keep adding problems on top of problems. To me, I do have an issue with driveways coming off Dory Lane and putting 12 units off each driveway, with each unit possibly only having 1 parking space. That's an issue for me. And I respectfully disagree with the director when he says that developers, they keep this stuff in mind and they build according to what? That's not true. I'm sorry. We had a parking discussion here a few years ago where we were at the last mile to changing our requirements to 2 parking spots per unit. And the developer pushback was enough, but enough councillors changed their mind that it didn't go through. It had gone to the public hearing stage. And the emails, I'm copied on some of the emails that are coming in from folks, and it's all well and good to put up signs and do enforcement and tell people they can't park on the street. But when there's nowhere else to park, we're not doing people any service by allowing all these places to be built with not adequate parking. That has been my opinion for a long time, and it continues to be my opinion. And this may well go forward to public information or whatever, but I would have to see something radically new information come forward to convince me that it would be a good idea to add 30 units in this small area with only 1 parking spot per unit being necessary. And that's just if they develop as it is shown here, which is not a given. So to me, it's not, for me, it's not a better proposition than the last one that came forward for this property, for the folks that are going to be living in these units. So I continue to have a lot of skepticism about this being a good idea. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I just
Thank
mention
you,
something?
Warden. Go ahead.
Sorry, if I could just mention, I know the warden wasn't able to see the plan there, but there is the townhouse units. There's 16 on one side, and if you were to add what they could potentially get on the other side, you're looking at about 15. So in total, there's maybe 30 across both properties that they could build in the townhouse zone.
Anything to add, John?
No.
Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair to staff. I assume that there's multiple people going to be living in each of these units, and if there's only 1 parking space provided, does staff feel that that's appropriate? Are we going to be able to accommodate the number of vehicles that are likely going to be for the people that are living on that property? I'm just, my question is it good planning to only have 1 parking space? And that's a straightforward question.
Maybe I'll take a run at that, Mr. Chair. It's always a balancing act, right? You don't want too much parking because parking is land consumptive. There's no tax assessment with it. It adds a lot of impervious surface to your community. It's like, you want enough parking, obviously, but you don't want too much. Rachel, if you go back to the rendering, you'll actually see that they're proposing garages with each of these units and an apron that, that one in front of us looks like it could actually hold 2 cars. So, potentially that 1 unit would have parking for 3 units. I don't know exactly how this is going to play out, but the requirement is 1. That's a minimum. Bylaws are about minimums, not maximums. So, how this plays out, I'm not sure, but that is the current requirement.
I guess my problem is like, I wouldn't want to see too much there as well, but 1 is the minimum you can put. And a lot of people use their garages for storage and other things. I think on average, there's more than 1 vehicle in each living unit. So I see this as a problem as well, and I'm concerned about moving this along with just 1 parking space going forward. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've already been told, this is by no means what we're assured is going to be put there. In my mind and from my experience on council, if one parking lot is required, chances are 1 parking lot is going to go there. And just the fact that we have this, as one of our regulations. I guess I didn't realize it, but in this day and age, as far as I'm concerned, it's nothing short of irresponsible for this council to be allowing any type of dwelling going up with a minimum of one parking spot. And since we have made those regulations, not only now, it's always been, when we talked about that subdivision, well, Sam Crescent was just going up when I came into council, which would be an indication of one parking spot. Mind you, a parking spot that, I just discussed this, a super cab truck or a Tahoe couldn't even fit in it. Their bumper would be hanging over the sidewalk. For us to be continuing to make these developments is irresponsible. And I said that when we were talking about the new subdivision area that's going up between Elmwood and Rolston, that there wasn't enough parking. And since those decisions have been made, now we've got family members moving back in with family because of the crazy cost of building homes and paying for rent. So while the problem is getting worse and worse, our restrictions are not increasing. So, yeah, I think it's something that we need to have a serious look at. And in the meantime, I just can't, I'm just not putting any prospective residents through that because it will be problematic, guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr. Chair, could I just
Go ahead, Rachel.
make a comment there? If the parking is the main concern with this application, I know it was to be discussed with the plan review, but we could potentially, or council could potentially look at reviewing their regulations relating to parking for townhomes through this application. You're going to be making amendments to the municipal plan strategy and land use bylaw anyway. So if that's the main concern, we could look at that through this application.
Councillor Cole, is that satisfactory?
But that would amend, just as a note, that would amend parking for all townhomes. It wouldn't just be for this one application. It would just be that we would review the regulations, and if council wants to approve them, that would affect all townhomes moving forward at that point.
Yeah, I would be willing to go forward to the next stage of it. So at what point would you be looking at that? When you look at the stages of this process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could bring some draft, if council were to direct us to do this, we could bring the regulations amending the parking at the next report, which would actually be first reading. And then that you would give first reading to those amendments at that point in time.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Musa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rachel, that Catherine Street is going to be connected to the actual Catherine Street or no?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there's no plans at this time to connect it. The extension of the road will just enable that in the future, should there be a desire by any landowner to actually build off that extension. So
Okay.
it will end at this point here on the edge of the property.
And in our bylaw, we have something that any public road should be at least 500 feet or something. I read that. And that's not even 300 feet, so I don't know how we're going to accept that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the subdivision bylaw, this is not this is like an extension. It's not the main road. I think with the subdivision bylaw, it's like you can't have a maximum number of, once you get to a certain point of length, you have to then put a connection in. That's why these connections are here, but that doesn't limit the length of that. It doesn't say that it has to be a certain length. It just says it has to go to the property boundary.
Yeah, but it should be at least 500 feet to be able to be a public road, right?
Not through the subdivision bylaw, not for this purpose.
I'm pretty sure I read it somewhere, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. CAO?
Board related,
Okay, the warden, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Well, to do that with this application might assist with the parking, at least in this instance and perhaps other townhouses. It doesn't address the fact that these are developing off of driveways. And that's still problematic for me. Maybe it's not for anybody else. But I just think there's a lot more to be discussed around parking than just this particular zone or this particular application. Knowing that in some instances, we require narrower and narrower road frontages for single units and things like that, depending on the development. I think we need to look at parking overall, and whether it's tied to lot size or what it's tied to, I don't know. But I do agree with Councillor Garden Cole that in developed areas, at least such as this, there has to be room to park more than one vehicle. Because I don't think anybody sitting in this meeting today seriously believes that there will be one vehicle in all of these driveways. And if we know that going in, that we're possibly creating a problem down the road, I agree with her, but I don't think it would be responsible to do it. If it's the wish of council to go on with this application and add to it changes to parking, I don't know how long that would drag it out or what it would look like, but my fear is that it could lead to us missing to other zones or other bylaw, other land use bylaw areas where there may be similar opportunities for less parking than might be ideal that we might miss than if we did it as part of a larger review. So I'm hoping there would be a larger review in the plan review as well. If the rest of council is comfortable adding it to this, well, I'm still not sure you've got me on those driveways coming in off that little short extension, as Councillor Musa mentioned. And I don't know how fire apparatus and even garbage trucks and that would easily get around there. I'm not seeing any turnaround spaces or anything in there, but then again, this is just a concept plan. It's not necessarily even something that's going to be built like this. So I do have concerns, and kudos to the developer for trying to find the ways that he can maximize the potential of his or their land and put as many units in there as possible. But I think it's our responsibility to think for the good of the people who are going to live in those units and live in that community. And I guess the alternative is to not recommend to proceed with this application until because if this application is in now, if it's actually been put in under the current guidelines, and I'm not entirely sure if we can change the parking requirements on the fly, because this application has been put in under the current set of regulations. And I'm not sure if we can legally change those regulations now that this has been submitted. And I see the director wants to comment on that, so.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not a straight development agreement or rezoning application. It's an application to amend policy. So at the time, they're seeking mapping amendments to your policy, but at the same time, you could do text amendments. That is what Rachel was talking about. And there's no issue with that. They wouldn't be able to then, because you at the end of the day have all the capacity in the world to say you don't want to amend your policy. It's not appealable. So at the same time, you can bring in other policy changes. So anyway, I don't see an issue with that.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. But like I said, it still concerns me, and I don't know, do we have any what's the width of these driveways that these units are coming off of? Do we know that? Is there a minimum for that, or is it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a minimum. So for two-way traffic, it's a minimum of 6 meters for two-way traffic.
So roughly 20 feet, between 18 and 20 feet. Yeah, well, I think it would be interesting to see how emergency vehicles and that would be maneuvering. And as I said, it's not like I see any cul-de-sacs or any turning places or anything there for anything to turn around. So I continue to have concerns, but thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Rhino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm confused. I hope staff can help me. I'm confused with how is this gonna be any better to make this parking, look at this parking through this motion? This parking issue without going back to the review? Because if it is changed within this, then the developer's gonna have to probably change his outlook on and his layout of what he's gonna do there. So wouldn't it be much simpler to nix this right now, fix what we need in the planning review, and then let the developer come deal with the new whatever we decided?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so am I on? Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, this is just a concept plan that the developer has provided, so they would still need to do the plans, like a more detailed plan for their site plan approval. So they would just address the additional parking at that point in time. And as John had mentioned, they actually do show two parking. Well, they show a parking space and a garage, but it does look like they could likely get two vehicles on the driveway there. It wouldn't be a huge change for the developer to then design their site plan approval with two parking spaces instead of one.
And I hear what you're saying, but for me, I think it would be much simpler and straightforward to nix this if we're not happy with it, and then change the bylaw and let them come in at that point and knowing the new bylaw. That's just how I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Marion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Rachel. Question for you about some discussion about driveways and potential drawbacks, and some of them have been stated, I think, but just in general, can you share with me what some of the drawbacks are of having the driveway in front of the townhouses as opposed to something else, like a more formal, street or something like that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it wouldn't, so the other option would be to have a municipal street. And in that case, you've got a wider right of way, but the municipality would have ownership of that street and then, the maintenance of that, etc. Having a driveway means that the developer or the property owner is required to keep that driveway maintained for the residents that live there, but also a driveway enables a more, intimate design for the development. So there's kind of payoffs there in terms of the style of the development that you could get off a driveway, and then on the other side, you don't get the control over the maintenance that would be provided if it was a municipal street.
Okay, thank you. And one other follow-up question. With the, I'll call it concurrent review that's being proposed about townhouse parking, I guess it's really not a foregone conclusion what the review will say. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, it could say, let's keep the parking at 1 or 2, or it could be 1.5, or, it might address, provision for, we just don't know. I mean, stay tuned, basically, on that. I don't think anyone's promising anything at this point for the review, correct?
So I would, through Mr. Chair, I would say that we've heard the concerns here today. So what we would recommend would be based on those concerns. And, you know, we could give a couple of options for PAC to decide what they see as fit. And I guess just prepare it based on that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Deputy Warden Dixon?
Okay, just a thought here. Can we, through this, regulate the size of the parking spot to them now?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so the land use bylaw does have size requirements for the parking spaces. If there's a concern there, then yes, that could be included in the parking review. If I know with more recent development agreements, there have been stronger controls over the length of the parking space, so you don't have the back of the vehicle overhanging roadways, sidewalks, etc. So if that's something that council wanted to direct us to do with that.
It would be
Review
one
of-
option, sorry.
Yeah.
And the other option would, how wide can we go with them? Can we regulate that for them?
That, again, that's a size requirement in the land use bylaw. The width and the length of parking requirements are there. Through Mr. Chair, from what I've heard in terms of issues, it's more to do with the length of the vehicle rather than the width of the vehicle. But I'd not heard any concerns with width of parking spaces being a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Counselor Garden Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think number of parking spaces is the concern. And when I look at this, you mention about, so fire is consulted in every development like this?
Through Ms. Chess, yes, we would consult with the fire department. And actually, just on that point, similar to that point, and the warden had mentioned with regards to turning of vehicles, the municipal standards do require them to provide a turning at the bottom of that extension of that road. So there will be a requirement to enable vehicles to turn around. It's not shown on this concept plan, but the subdivision bylaw will require them to provide that. So larger vehicles can turn around at the bottom of that extension of Dory Lane.
I see. And if you talk about discussing the possibility of changing our parking, when would we have opportunity to do that? When is that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we would bring that information with the next staff report to Planning Advisory Committee, which would be, it doesn't say here, but this would be the first reading. And then at that point, we would request approval for a public hearing. So we could give a couple of options for PAC council to give first reading to, and that would look at the parking spaces and the length of, or the size of parking spaces if council directed us to do that review of parking for townhomes.
And it would be at what point?
So this point here, so
So it will go to public information meeting?
actually, it would be initial
Oh,
reading,
okay.
my apologies, it's this point here. So it would be first reading. First reading and second reading is down here. So first reading would be here. But sometimes this here occurs around the same time, so it's not linear as such, but it would be once first reading report comes back to PAC, and then that would then be an opportunity for you to review those and give us direction before the public hearing is scheduled.
Versus the option of stopping this and having them apply after we potentially looked into our parking and decided whether to make changes or not, which would happen when, potentially?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's through the plan review. The plan review is going to take 18 months. John has a presentation on that later on this afternoon, but you're looking at 12, 18 months, 2 years before that plan review is wrapped up.
Okay, and if we were to, I just want to make sure I have this clear. If we were to look at the parking with this and make changes to it, that would be making changes across the board.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so it would make sense to look at the townhomes parking, and it would be across the board for all townhomes. Any of the other parking concerns with regards to any other types of density of uses could be looked at through the plan review. And that would make more sense, so you could look at it more holistically. But if the concerns specifically are related to townhomes, that would be across the board for any townhome developments after those regulations were implemented.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Councillor. Go ahead, John.
Just thinking about the timelines Rachel just outlined, I think, although they're different things, we're talking about mapping amendments and text amendments, it might actually be helpful for us to develop those before we go to the PIM so that, you know, it's all dealt with in one package, so that the public comes and they hears about both the rezoning, redesignation, and the change to the parking standard. So there's no reason we can't do that before we go to a PIM so that it's all presented at the same time.
So you're talking about the PIM that's for this?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Is the warden wishing to speak? Go ahead, warden.
I just want to comment on the turning space that's required on Dory Lane, and that's wonderful. But there is no, as far as I'm aware, no requirement for there to be turning for emergency vehicles or our garbage trucks, anything like that on those driveways. And you're going in very long driveways with, you know, maybe 18 or more units coming off of each driveway. And with all those things. So I don't feel that a turning space on Dory Lane myself, and we may have no way to regulate it, but I don't feel that that should be the only consideration of a turning space is the one that would be required at the end of Dory Lane. It's great that a truck could go in there and turn, but what if they have to get in on either side on those driveways? That's still a concern to me. Thank you, and I promise this is my last one.
Oh, that's okay. We miss you. Oops. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been listening to the discussion here today by everybody. And the one thing that strikes me is the fact that we have rules, we have guidelines, and we have criteria set out for developers to follow. And this is an instance where the person has come back and they're following our rules. And now we decide we don't like our rules. How is the public gonna have any faith in anything going on here if we keep changing rules on the fly because we now don't like our rules? Right? Because of this and that. There is a one parking space requirement for every R1 home as well. Nobody's talking about changing it for R1 homes. Some of the neighborhoods that have parking issues are R1 homes. So how are we going to have our public have any faith in our institutions if we give them a set of rules and guidelines to follow and they try to follow them and then we come to them after the fact and say, oh yeah, but wait, we don't like that rule anymore, so now we're gonna change it in the middle of your application when you followed the rules. So to me, some of the conversation going around here, we've gotta look ourselves in the mirror, everybody, right? Think if it was you and you were trying to build your single-family home or you were trying to develop a place or whatever, and you follow the rules, and all of a sudden the rules keep changing, and you have to keep coming back and back and back. Is that responsible government? I don't know. But I know the fact that we should be following our rules. If somebody applies under the rules and we don't like the rule, we can't deny them because we don't like the rule and we'll go change the rule afterwards and then make them reapply again. That to me is just basically unfair and not proper. I would never do that to anybody. I would say, yep, you know what? It is what it is. You followed the rules. You shouldn't be punished for following the rules just because you don't like the rules. And that's all I'm gonna say about this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can see what Councillor Perry is saying. So I guess the application that's in front of me, I just won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Warden Rolston.
Actually,
It's you?
it's actually me this
My
time.
apologies. CAO, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to clarify on the issue of the driveway. We wouldn't collect garbage or waste on that driveway unless they did provide an adequate turnaround near their waste receptacle. So if they weren't able to do that, then they would be on their own as far as a condo corp or however the business is organized, to make sure that their waste removal was done appropriately. I can't speak to fire apparatus because I'm not a firefighter, but my understanding is that they would be consulted anyway. And the last point was around snow clearing and parking and whatnot. I know we have issues with the public complaints in some of our areas, but I don't know that any of them come from areas that have townhouses like this. So all of the townhouses that we have, generally, we don't hear from them because we don't, they're not towed for snow clearing because they're not on public roads. They deal with those issues between the tenant and the landlord. So the issue of parking on the public road and whatnot, we don't tend to get those complaints from developments like this because the developer or the owner takes care of that snow removal and dealing with their tenants and how many cars they have and whatnot. So those are just a couple of comments to round out the conversation.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Tingley?
Through the chair, just one last comment. Just listening to the discussion, I'm convinced that there's going to be more than one car per unit. And if the provision is only to allow one car per unit, I can't go for that, so I'm not going to vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments, Rachel or John?
Well, just to that last comment, Mr. Chair, I mean, that's where it's up to committee what motion you put forward. So there's a staff motion which just is recommending we move forward to a PIM to talk about the amendments to the maps, but you could amend that motion to talk also about reviewing the text amendments to deal with the parking for townhouses. So, if that's the hang up for this application, as Councillor Rhino indicated, it's not ideal to do these things at the same time instead of in a standalone review, but I don't think just looking at townhouses alone is a huge extra burden. I think we could deal with it in this application and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. What is your wish, council? There's a recommendation there. Councillor Tingley?
Through the chair again, so would that be included in this motion that, so what would we add to this motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so to authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting to consider all that's read there and parking standards for townhouses.
Okay. I'll go for that to bring this to a head if we can.
So that's just the addition to this motion. Everybody understand that?
So I'm going to move, the Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting to consider an application from Arkham Developments Limited to amend the MPS and LUB by changing the land use designation and zone proportions PID 452-35843 and 452-35835, Dory Lane infill, and this will include a review of the parking before it goes to public information.
Parking standards for townhouses
Parking-
specifically.
Parking standards for townhouses before it goes to a PIM.
Second.
Is that what you meant, John?
We could do it that way, and that's fine. I was thinking that we would discuss it at a PIM and then, bring something back after the fact. But if you want us to come back to PAC first, which is, I think, what your motion is
Yep.
intending, then so be it.
Everybody understands?
Yes.
Just a minute. Councillor Musa?
So just for clarification, so that's the motion is gone before, it's gonna come here before we would go to a PM? Okay. And then we have chance to see where, how many, if it goes to, it's too early to say it, but we still have a chance to notify more people because it's gonna affect the whole corridor area where there is R2T. So it's gonna be a general advertising, or it's gonna bus just around this property?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, whenever there's a general text amendment, we don't notify individual owners. In this case, the neighbors will know because there's a rezoning. But a general text amendment is just our social media, newspaper, website.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Seeing nobody left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed, a vote of 8-3 with Councillor Rhino, Councillor Perry, and Councillor Garden Cole voting nay. Thank you, Rachel and John, for that report. Next item on the agenda is the Maitland Heritage Conservation District Plan and Bylaw Review, Bylaw P 1100. And Rachel, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's good practice to regularly review bylaws to enable the documents to reflect current legislation and the current community needs. And it's been 7 years since the Heritage Conservation District Plan and Bylaw was amended, and planning staff are recommending that now's a good time to undertake a review of that plan, bylaw, and design guidelines. So this is the map that shows the extents of the Heritage Conservation District, which is identified in grey. So full details of the proposed amendments are included in the staff report, but they do include the list that's there on the screen. As part of the review, the requirements under the Heritage Conservation District regulations set out requirements for the adoption of amendments. And these requirements include the adoption of a public participation programme and undertake background studies. And the Minister will review the studies submitted and confirm if these are acceptable. So the first point is a public participation programme, and staff are recommending the following. Letters be sent to each owner of property within the Maitland Heritage Conservation District, asking for comments and any requested changes. So we will provide them with a copy of the proposed changes, which are included in the staff report, and then also ask if there are any additional changes that they are recommending or suggesting or requesting. Letters be sent to property owners within Maitland, but that are not included in the district. So you'll see from the map that not all properties within the village itself are included in the Heritage District. So we'll write a letter to those people as well. And then also use of the municipal website and social media to seek input from the wider community. So in addition to the public participation programme, there is a requirement for a public hearing before adoption of the amendments. So that's separate from the public participation programme. So the second point is required studies, and then the regulations require studies or information to be provided to the Minister. And most of that information is actually included already in your existing Heritage Conservation District Plan and Bylaw, but there is some additional information in the staff report that will be provided to the Minister, and with a request that they be considered the background studies. Staff has suggested a modest public participation programme due to the minor nature of the proposed amendments. Following acceptance of the background studies and information by council, 2 copies of the studies will be provided to the Minister. And following public participation programme, staff will provide a second report with full details of the proposed amendments to the Heritage Conservation District Plan and Bylaw. And that next report will include any requested changes or recommendations that the public make. And then the recommendation is that council adopt the staff report as a public participation programme and also approve sending the background information to the provincial government. And there's a recommended motion on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rachel. Anybody willing to move the motion? Shirley, my screen isn't cleared. Still have the last vote showing. Okay,
We got it.
we got it, thanks. Counselor Hebb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Advisory Committee recommends to council that council adopt the public participation program as outlined in the staff report regarding the Maitland Heritage Conservation District review and dated January 7th, 2026, and approve sending the background information to the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Second.
So moved in second. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Warden?
Thank you. Just a question, through you around the new requirement that would require a certificate of appropriateness for accessibility ramps and add design guidelines for these ramps. So if someone who lives in a heritage property in the Heritage District now, if someone has a health change or whatever, and they require a ramp to be installed to access their home, are they just permitted to build one?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, there's no requirements in the Heritage District Plan and Bylaw right now regarding ramps, so they would just be able to apply for that through, if they require any building permits or anything like that. There's nothing in the District Plan and Heritage District that has any special requirements for those ramps.
I guess I'm just, and I fully support and always have been a supporter of the Heritage District, but I do have a little bit of a concern about this because I know when families are faced with changing circumstances that require things like ramps to be built and that, it's quite often at a time that they're already under considerable stress. And with the building code requirements for building ramps to get in and out of people's homes now are quite stringent. And it's an extremely expensive undertaking in this day and age to build that ramp. And to add on the need for an extra step to go through to get some kind of a certificate of appropriateness and make a design and everything, I don't think that's really realistic in many circumstances. If someone, by way of illness or accident, all of a sudden they need a ramp to get into their home, they need the ramp. They can't wait for, us to come to Heritage Committee or to go through. It just adds extra steps and extra time and possibly extra expense. So as much as I support keeping everything looking as close to heritage as possible, I have a little bit of a problem with that one because people don't build ramps just for fun, and they're usually built out of need, and it's quite often the need happens fairly quickly. And I just think that's an extra burden we would be putting on people when the real need is for them to be able to access their homes or other buildings in the Heritage District. So I think for that reason, I'm probably not going to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Rhino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, and I've asked you this question before. With this planning or this review on the Maitland Conservation District, would this be the time that if people decided that this is not for them, they could opt out without going through a big rigmarole of hearings or whatever? I just want to clarify that.
Through Mr. Chair, yes, if there are any property owners in the current district, they were wanting to remove themselves or remove their property from the district, this is a great time for them to make that request because it can all be included within this current review. If they were to make that request at another time, like outside of this review,
Right.
then that requires a review all by itself. So yeah, it's a good time if there are any property owners to do that.
Now, will that be part of the literature that goes out that, so it's clear that they can remove themselves? Because I'd hate to, then people read it, well, we didn't realize, right? Somebody may not be tuning into this, to our executive committee and know this, so I'm just wondering if that'll be somehow in the literature that is an option.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the letter will include the ability, will open the doors, I guess, for people to provide any comments or any changes that they are requesting to be made. I'll also provide a copy of the boundary of the conservation district so they can see that their property is included. So all of that information will be given to them, and then they'll have the ability. I hadn't really given any thought to whether we want to call out specifically, do you want to remain in the district? But all the information will be there to enable them to make that request.
Well, I think, depending on what comes down the pipe from this, people may not like some things that are being brought up and say, look, if that's gonna be in that, I'd rather remove my property. So I think that, to me, that should be somehow in somewhere they're made aware of, just not by word of mouth or anything like that.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we can make sure that that's in the letter.
Okay, thank you.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, I just wanted to, I hear the concerns from the warden with regards to additional steps at a time where it may be challenging for people to deal with maybe a new disability or move into a new property and they have a disability. Certificate of appropriateness is a fairly painless process that we have. The fire inspector is actually our heritage officer, and it's more of a conversation between them and the property owner to try and come up with a solution that meets the needs of the property owner, but also tries to protect the building where possible. And the actual design requirements, it does say that accessibility is the priority, and heritage will kind of take a step back from that. So accessibility will always be the priority, but I guess staff feel that it's important to try where possible to try and preserve the heritage elements of the building. So that conversation and certificate of appropriateness, there's no fee involved. It wouldn't require the person to go out and have plans drawn to show to the heritage officer. I see it as being a very easy process to work through the heritage officer with.
If I may,
Go ahead, Councillor.
just to be fair, I think that, I've said that if a property owner would like to be removed, there may be property owners that may want to sign up too. So I want to be fair about this. So as long as that's in the literature. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Nobody left to speak. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. One nay? Oh. Didn't come up. And one nay, and that's the warden? Yes. And the warden voting nay. Thank you, Rachel, for your good reports. Last item under planning is a 2026, 2027 plan review scoping report by the director. So John, you can begin when you're ready. Councilor Perry has to leave for the day, so have a safe drive.
Not sure what our problem is here. There we go. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
And I think based on our discussion about the application, it's obvious there are some issues to talk about in a plan review. And our last, we did quite an update in 2023, but the primary focus, as the councillors here remember, was to bring planning to the entire municipality, the northern half of the municipality in particular, which didn't have zoning at the time. The last comprehensive review that we did was 2016, so now it's 10 years ago. And staff are of the opinion that it's now time to do another comprehensive review of our planning documents for several reasons. The first being there's now actually a requirement from the provincial government under the minimum planning requirements that we conduct a plan review every 10 years. Council's also made a number of motions directing staff to address potential changes in planning documents. Staff have also, on our end, identified a number of some minor, some significant issues that should be addressed through a plan review. And I think just best practice, it's essentially time. There've been a lot of changes. The last review was pre-COVID. It's a different world now in terms of land uses, housing costs and patterns, and just general societal change. So as I mentioned, there are a number of motions, and I'm not going to go through each of these now, but they're in the report, all the motions that council has made that we believe relate to the plan review, and they're listed there. The housing strategy that you adopted last year also had 30 action items, 15 of which, so half of your action items, actually relate to your planning document. So there's another, a whole bunch of other direction from council indicating that there are things that we need to look at. And again, I'm not going through all those, but they're all listed in the report. Beyond that, there are, I think, a number of questions in this plan review for council. The first one is that big picture question about where and how do we grow next. What we've seen up to this point essentially was all envisioned in the 2000 planning documents. That's when we established the growth management and growth reserve area concept and instituted infrastructure charges, and a lot of changes came in with that plan review. I think we're at one of those inflection points again, because essentially all of your growth management areas are spoken for, or there are designs for development in almost all of certainly in the corridor here. And there's going to be some follow-up in this plan review for the Mount Uniacke secondary planning strategy. We're proposing a servicing study. The Horn Settlement Grand Lake Growth Reserve Area, we're also proposing a study there to look at whether that actually becomes a growth management area. Again, some follow-up for the Lance secondary planning strategy, which we got a jump on last year, and with some further implementation. And then just a general look at the whole growth management, growth reserve area approach that we've used to manage growth. I think this would involve looking at the policies around it, the existing boundaries for all of them, including Milford and Shubenacadie, and see what comes of that. Then there's the area that was brought into planning in 2023. There's some issues that have arisen since then. In addition, one of the things that pops to mind is there were some draft coastal zone management regulations. A number of councillors indicated they didn't want to implement them because the province indicated they were going to do something under the Environment Act. In the end, the province decided to shelve that report, so now there is no such regulation on our coast, and that might be something that comes back through this review. Other things like flood information verification, we have some information now that shows some discrepancy between what we have in our zoning maps for the floodplain along the Shubenacadie and 9 Mile River and this new study done by the province, which shows some differences, some less and some greater areas. So we think we should do a study to reconcile that, to make sense of it, and make changes to our zoning where appropriate. Another one I've been thinking about is agricultural land use planning. So there seems to always be a lot of friction here with every landowner that owns, might be a 5 acre or 2 acre piece of agricultural land. Should we basically abandon that approach and just try to protect larger blocks of the resource, that is farmland? Even when you look at our policy, we haven't actually quite implemented it the way it was envisioned. The original vision was you would have these large blocks of agricultural land protected so that there wasn't land use conflict with non-farm dwellings, and that, you know, there would be some stable areas, I guess, for the industry to thrive here. What we instead did is basically create a checkerboard on our zoning map. Everywhere there was a cleared field, we sort of created an AR zone around that, and that became our agricultural district. So it's not quite functioning as it was originally envisioned. Then there's also an idea that's come up recently about communal services. This might be a way to allow central services in rural areas. You know, think about places like Maitland and Kennecott and so on that might benefit from central services. Your planning documents are also completely silent on First Nation consultation, and this is an area I don't know much about, but I know a number of municipalities are kind of moving into this area, trying to figure out on when and where and how and who to talk to in terms of land use planning. And you know, in Nova Scotia, there's more than one organization. Who do you talk to, and on what development do you consult First Nations on, that sort of thing? Not sure what that looks like yet, but I think that should be looked at in this plan review. And then there's always policy issues, errors, omissions, and then once landowners understand that we're doing a plan review, you'll get requests from landowners instead of applications, which is fine. You can sort of deal with them more comprehensively than individual applications. And then finally, there's all kinds of work that's been done by council since 2016. And part of a plan review, you would go back through all that work to make sure that if there's any impact on planning policy, that you're going to go back and address it. So the first question, I think, if we launch into a plan review, is how to do it. And staff have identified 3 approaches. The first one would be that we just start bringing reports to you at your regular PAC and council meetings. The alternative would be what we did in 2016, which is we had a citizens panel, and this is also the approach that you use with the housing strategy, where you have a mixture of councillors, stakeholders, and citizens at large, really to try and get a broader discussion going about these planning matters before things get to PAC and council. Or, and then obviously there would be regular updates to PAC. Another approach would be to have a standalone meeting for the plan review that is a PAC meeting. So for example, you have Thursday evenings reserved, and you know, maybe that becomes the plan review meeting as a standard monthly thing. Anyway, there are 3 options there. There are certainly pros and cons to all of them. The first one I think does really promote a broader discussion going with the community. However, it does add an additional layer of review, as not all councillors will be on that committee, or presumably they all won't be on that committee. Therefore, you know, at PAC, there's more time spent bringing everyone up to speed on what was discussed. A disadvantage of the what I call the straight to PAC approach is that because of constraints with your agenda, it's not always possible to have the same level of discussion as you do at a standalone committee. And that's why that option C was added to the discussion. So we've identified a 5-step process, which is pretty standard for a plan review. So the first step is obviously you have to decide how you're going to do it. Step 2 is you go to the community and say, what do you want your community to look like in 10 years or 40 years from now? And also identify any pain points, any issues that have come up. Step 3 would be from that to identify some objectives and principles that you know, you need to then develop into policy, which leads to step 4, which is the drafting of the new documents from what you heard there. And then obviously step 5 is just the statutory approval process, where you know, your advertising and your open house and public hearing, and then provincial approval. We don't say a lot in this report about citizen engagement, because we intend to bring a report next month to talk about a engagement program for the plan review. But basically the goal obviously would be to include stakeholder input, community input, And through a series of community engagement events and, as anyone that was here in 2016 remembers, there was quite a bit of engagement, dozens of meetings and surveys and so on. And as I said, there'll be a more comprehensive report next month. And so this is the kind of thing that we'll talk about, right? We'll talk about each step of the plan review and the types of meetings or other engagement that we'll do and who that engagement is with, whether it's specifically with just broad members of the public, individual communities, or individual stakeholders. So the recommendation is that staff be authorized to begin a plan review as outlined in the report and direct staff to follow one of the three options for governance of the review process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, John. Councillor Rhino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. So everything's gonna be on the table again on this. Are we going to be reviewing the R22 zone agricultural things that we talked about here just a few short years ago? Is that back on the table again?
Well, that's why we're talking about the scope of the review. That's up to council, but, I think you would get through the visioning, portion before you want to narrow that down. You don't want to go to the step of actually drafting policy and so on if you're not going to consider something. But I think you should go to the community with an open mind and, listen to folks to hear what they think should change or what should stay the same.
Well, you see it as an open mind. I see when that RU2 zone and that zoning in our area is opening up Pandora's box again and taking the cover off a beehive. And you don't know what you're gonna get. And I'm not, to get down that road again, that was uncomfortable. We came up with something that everybody said, okay, because we have to have a zoning, we'll live with this. Now we're gonna revisit the coastal thing again, which could end up putting restrictions on what landowners can do with their land and how close they can be. If that's gonna be back on, if we're gonna be back on to tell people in the zone agricultural, we're gonna have the same thing. There's gonna be a rallying of troops, and I can guarantee you, it'll probably be stronger than what it was the last time. Because I have had emails over the last, since this went in, Keith, is this gonna come back up again? I said, not to my knowledge right now. Now we're gonna touch on these subjects again, and it's gonna be very uncomfortable again, and I'm not looking forward to that. So those are my comments right now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are going to facilitate the review, but it's your review. So if there are topics you don't want to revisit, you don't have to. Again, my advice would be to go to the community with an open mind and let folks say what they're going to say. But, if you want to make it clear up front that there's certain things that aren't going to be considered, that can be done too.
That can be done too as well.
Of course.
Because somebody's gonna be, obviously follow our executive meetings, and they're gonna be concerned, as I am, that we're all gonna get through this again. And this is gonna upset a lot of people. And if we can basically leave what was done here 2 years ago, leave it alone, I would say that's what we should be doing, but I'm only one person. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. This the warden?
Yes, the warden.
The warden would like to speak, go ahead.
On John's earlier comments about agricultural zoning, I was here when that was brought in, and he's bang on, because there was always an intent to review that mapping after it was put into place because of what we had settled on, what was AR and what wasn't. We understood there would be some challenges, and somehow that never happened. So I have no problem with reviewing the regulation around the current agricultural zone in this review. With regards to the alternatives for how it would be set up, no surprise to anyone here, I will not support setting up an additional committee to do this. We have a planning advisory committee made up of counselors and public members whose job it is to look at these things. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. I am open to doing it at regular PAC meetings or to have pre-scheduled separate PAC meetings to go over these things. I don't think option B is necessary because we're already going to the public to engage the public. And any public members, be they business owners, residents, whatever, who have an interest in this and who are following in this, will certainly participate based on my experience in the public engagement opportunities. So I'm prepared to support A or C, but not B. And with regards to reopening, I would not anticipate spending a lot of time reviewing the RU2 zone. We may have little to no choice on one item. I don't know if the province is entirely settled or not, but they're not proceeding with their coastal regulations, but they're kind of telling municipalities that they want us to do it. Now, I don't know if they have set that in stone yet and told us we have to do it. I suspect if they haven't, that it will come at some point. I know NSFM has some kind of a person hired to guide us on how to do it or something. So we may not have a choice there at some point, but other than that, I would tend to agree with Keith. And, you know, if there are any issues that have come out of it, by all means, we should look at it. But I don't think it's been in place long enough to make any wholesale changes other than that at this time. So having said that, I'm a little conscious of, I would make a motion for alternative C, just because I think it would simply provide more focus and more time to discuss the reports when they came forward, but not being privy to other councillor schedules and to the public member schedules, I'll hold off on that right now. But A or C will have my support, B will not. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Miriam.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, and through the Chair to John. Good afternoon. John, wanted to ask you about the flow chart, I guess, for steps here, and you know, we're at step one, step two, visioning, step one, scope of the plan review. So, you know, the list that you put together is very comprehensive. Of course, we're just getting kind of first sight of that recently. These are topics largely we've spoken of, you know, over the past year, if not longer. So my question would be, you know, I'd be remiss not to bring up, you know, in many areas, the severe drought conditions. And, you know, just over the weekend, hearing from Environment Canada, unfortunately, what is it, another El Nino is coming, and they're predicting the drought this year, if I understand correctly, could be worse than last year. Unfortunately, it's a prediction. But so with that said, being in an area, Milford GMA, with you know, on wells, I know this has been touched on with various reports over the years. You know, I'll ask you for your thoughts. So, you know, we have a village core in Milford. There are by right, you know, developments that can be done in that community. To be perfectly candid, I don't think many people would even understand the kind of, you know, by right properties that could be going up. You know, I know some of the reports have spoken to well interference being, you know, kind of step one of, you know, what can go bad when, you know, in severe drought conditions and overuse and so on. So you know, one of my questions is, you know, is the list final? Can we get more stuff on the list in terms of, you know, some of these topical things? Because what I'm thinking is I'd be curious to share with that community, you know, here's the scope of what's in place for planning rules. So this is what the landscape looks like. What do you think? You know, soliciting feedback. that kind of thing. And I just wanted to get your sense on that
Yeah.
because I can share anecdotally in my subdivision, a number of people put new wells in last summer. I mean, it's not unlike many other areas of the municipality and province, but, being the topic at hand, reviewing various planning things, I'd be remiss not to bring this up. So thoughts on that? I mean, when do we miss the boat on adding topics to the list?
Well, you certainly haven't missed it yet. And again, through step 2, I think when we go to communities and we hear issues, they'll sort of generate more discussion. Specifically with Milford though, and I guess in terms of well water and so on. Last time out, we actually did a hydrogeological study for the community and created some regulations around that for when people are proposing, I can't remember the exact number, but, over a certain number of dwelling units, you had to, do a further study and so on. But yeah, it's certainly not too late to add. And, for example, I didn't mention parking in my presentation today, but I know that's part of the review as well, so.
Okay, perfect. So in terms of the flow chart, again, I mean, would it be, the next couple of meetings would, address, kind of getting, flip charts out and kind of prioritizing with council what we actually do want to see? How does that kind of work?
Yeah, so again, what we'll do is through the visioning process, after we will hold a number of meetings, and there'll also be some questionnaires for folks. We will draw from that what we've heard. And again, if there are already, as you saw, several motions of council, if there are additional motions from council of look at this, look at that, then
Yes.
we'll do that as well. And then I think really up until step 3, when we're actually saying, okay, here's everything we heard, here's everything we need to change or look at, by that time, it needs to be in focus. And then we need to know what we need to go draft policy on.
Yes, thank you. And I'll just echo the warden sentiments that I like the idea. I believe it's option C of a dedicated Thursday night to really focus on the topic. So maybe in the spirit of what the warden said, I'll hold off on making the motion until others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair to John. In the report, thanks for the report, it talks about requiring 3 consultants at a cost of $490,000. What type of consultants are we looking at here?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it would, for the Horn Settlement Grand Lake study, that would be similar to what we did in Lance. It's
Right.
that type of study where you're looking at the future land use of that, what now we call the growth reserve area.
Right.
So that kind of high level analysis of wetlands and topography and, transportation connections, all that kind of stuff. So there would be that kind of consulting. For the servicing study for Mount Uniacke, that would be more of an engineering study about, is it almost like a concept, is it within the financial realm to actually start municipal services in Mount Uniacke? Where would your source of water be? Where would your receiving waters be for effluent? It's all that kind of thing. So that's a true engineering study, I think. For the what was the third one? The third one would be again an engineering firm probably that's going to do the floodplain study to basically make some sense between the conflicts between the two pieces of information we have now.
Okay. The other question is, by voting for this motion, are we also voting to now agree to hiring a new planner and for these consultants?
Through you, Mr. Chair, those things, no, those things will be, they're mentioned here, but they're really budget discussion items.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Just want to let the committee know that public member Harvey had to leave for another commitment. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. In regards to option 3, what would be the timeline, say if we were to set aside Thursday nights? What timeline are you thinking for when it would culminate to that kind of
Through you, Mr. Chair.
information sessions?
Well, I think those meetings would start probably in the spring.
Okay, like after budget?
Yeah,
Okay.
like, there's really not a lot to bring to you at this stage. I mean,
Yeah.
again, as I said, we're gonna bring you a report next month on public consultation, but I think that one can also come to your regular PAC. It's really when we start bringing background papers on various topics that need more in-depth discussion that we should, hold a separate meeting.
Okay, and secondly, kind of along the lines of Councillor Merriam, so just thinking about with the climate change and the weather events that we have had and looking forward to potentially more. So like our plains and those areas and how they have been depicted in the past and how they may change or increase as a result of weather and weather that may continue. Is this where that would be part of that? Changes may happen in that area?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, and again, the reason we have conflict between our current floodplains and this information from the province did basically a floodplain study for the entire Minas Basin.
Sorry if you're repeating yourself in this area
Yeah,
too.
no, it's okay. And so our piece of that, we looked at that information, the mapping they came up with, and saw there was a discrepancy. And part of the discrepancy is, our study was done prior to 2016. I think it was 2013, maybe. So whatever assumptions about climate change and, weather and so on at the time, things have changed since then. So the information the province is using for this more current study is a little bit different, as an example.
Okay, so say along the Shubenacadie River, be it Barney Brook or wherever, Enfield, or that areas may be reassessed and look a little different. Floodplain areas may look a little different at the outcome of this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it could, yeah. Now, there are some areas, I think most of the study, the provincial work and our previous work is very similar, but there are just areas that we notice that are very different. Like there's an area in Lance that we know floods because in that last major rainfall event a couple of years ago, it flooded. So we know it floods.
Yeah.
And the provincial information picked that up. Our previous floodplain mapping didn't. There are other areas that actually show a smaller floodplain than what we showed or what we had in our zoning. So it's kind of a mixed bag. It's not all that the entire floodplain is going to grow.
Okay,
yeah.
I have a few residents on Locks Road, which is below the railroad tracks in Enfield and along that area that are seeing much more dramatic flooding in that area coming off the river, obviously, who have been there long time residents. And I just wondered if that kind of event, if that kind of thing will be reflected in what it'll look like.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I should be careful. We're not going out and redoing a floodplain study like we did in 2013. We're just comparing this provincial work to our previous work, hiring a consultant to tell us which lines we should follow. And I mean, obviously, they're going to use, the updated information on climatic data that's available to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. So, John, if I'm correct, did I hear you correct that we could give you direction not to re-enter the RU2 zone topics and descriptions that took place in the last 2 years unless we are mandated by the province to do it? And I guess, what I'm talking about is around the coastal coastal protection plan. Would that be an amendment, or how could we get it? Because I do not want, like I say, I'm adamant that we don't knock it down this road again.
Yeah. Through Mr. Chair, so, I mean, council could give us direction to simply not touch certain topics. It's a little awkward though when you go to the communities and say, what do you want your community to look like 20 years from now? Oh, we're not going to talk about this, and this though. Council's already decided they're going to leave that alone. So, you could give us that direction and we'll do it, but it's, I think it makes the public conversation a little more awkward.
Well, it might, but it also could make it more elevated and risk the people getting really upset again as they were. Because with some of those things that we talked about in that meeting, that hit home with a lot of people. And they're quite adamant, and they don't want to get down that road. And after 2 years, I guess, is it 2 years that here we are, I can just hear my phone ringing, here we are going down this road again. And I really don't think that enough time has passed to really absorb what we're finding, different things that are coming up that we didn't realize was part of this package to begin with. So I don't think there's a real good understanding, and we haven't got through everything yet. So how would I make that an amendment to, and I was looking for, how would I word it in such a way that would do it? What's your suggestions?
I guess I'm a little uncomfortable making a motion on the fly here. I mean, I would suggest that you let us bring something back to you next month. Again, when we're gonna bring our public consultation report, we can talk about it between now and then and come up with something that, I guess meets your concerns without handcuffing the process so much that, we can't talk to the community about.
And I don't have a problem with that, but I just gotta get my point across. I don't wanna open that can of worms again. I just don't, and I don't think the public wants to neither go through that again, but I don't wanna handcuff us in case there is an issue that come up that we need to deal with. But, so if, I'll be happy if you'll come back and come up with something and we can discuss it then. I'd be happy with that.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Merriam?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move the motion, given what I think was a pretty good discussion that we've had. A lot of good opinions were raised and such. So I would like to, the Planning Advisory Committee recommends to Council that Council authorize staff to begin a plan review as outlined in the staff report 2026 Plan Review Scoping Report dated January 9th, 2026, following option C.
It's moved in second for option C. Everybody had a chance to read option C? Okay. Go ahead, Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Hope you'll allow me a little leeway. I was kind of on before the motion, but I am supporting the motion. With regards to Councillor Rhino's comments and the director, I'd just offer a bit of a suggestion that the director might want to consider as he mulls it over. It could be something I would think as simple as not intending in this review to do any in-depth review of the R2U zone that was just established a couple of years ago. But at the same time, unless there are concerns that are brought forward and we're made aware of by the public, so that we wouldn't be going out there offering suggestions or planning to change anything, but that would allow us the opportunity if members of the public came and said, well, here's something, could you really look at this? We could still do it, but I don't think it has to, reinvent the wheel. I just think, we don't need to take a lot of changes out there or plan to do any in-depth review on that because it was just done. That review's not 10 years old, like a lot of the things are, but we would certainly be open if the public brought anything forward, but we wouldn't be, presenting something like that. Just my suggestion around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Nobody left wishing to speak, we'll go to the vote.
Yes.
And the motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, John. That concludes Planning Advisory Committee for today. We're scheduled for a break. So we'll come back at 3:35 to Park, Recreation and Culture with Councilor Rhino as chair. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor? So we are adjourned.
All right. Good afternoon, council. We are sharing my screen here with the staff report regarding an update on the Rising Tide Shore signage. You may recall Alana provided another update on this same project about a year ago. And we've just had some updates that we want council feedback on, and we have a suggestion, and you'll see that in the motion. There's kind of a two-part motion here. So basically, the Rising Tide Shore signage program is enhanced at improving the visitor experience and wayfinding, especially on Highway 215. And this ties back, the project was born out of the East Hands Tourism Strategy, which was released and adopted by council in 2019. The project has a budget of $100,000, and that money has been sitting in reserve budget, part of the capital plan for several budget cycles. We have a $10,000 grant toward this project right now through the province with beautification and streetscaping funding as well. And you might recall West Hants is amenable to collaborating on this project, and they have money allocated in their municipality should it go forward. So you'll see here there's a recommended motion. Actually, we're going to give you some information, but to discontinue, to reallocate funds potentially. And you'll see, but we would like really to update the tourism strategy based on some updates on this project, based on some changes in the tourism landscape since 2018, 2019. But essentially, since you would have been given an update on this last, Alana Tapper has been in contact with Tourism Nova Scotia as well as TIR. And unfortunately, we haven't gotten very far with that level of consultation. Phase 1, you might recall, of this project includes highway signage and anything going up along Highway 102, 101, those Trans-Canada highways requires collaboration with the province. They need to approve any designs that we are putting on those signs. The municipality owns those welcome signs, but we do need permission through the province to amend them. And that hasn't gone very far. And if you have questions at the end on that, Alana can speak to it specifically. But there have been changes in staff. So there was a really long time staff member at the province who we had been speaking with for a couple of years on this project. He retired, and that change in staffing, as I understand it, has really set us back a little bit, and we don't have any approval or even a promise of approval on the designs for phase 1. So in conversation, as that's happening at the same time, we are aware that the cost of installation, since the province gave us an original quote on amending those highway signs, there's no doubt the cost has gone up. And we would be remiss not to mention to council if this project goes forward. And as we're looking at budget right now, we do think that if it goes forward, budget would need to be adjusted. And on top of that, one thing that we haven't spoken about yet is the nature of these signs. We should probably be adding in operational funds year over year for this addition to our signage inventory if it goes forward. So we have a figure there, $1,000 to $3,000 annually potentially. We just know based on experience with signage, if one of those big signs were to blow over or be damaged in a storm, that's probably $1,000 to $3,000 is a conservative estimate of what it would be to replace those or repair them. And really, circumstances within the tourism industry since council approved the first tourism strategy in 2019 have changed quite a bit. The way that we come by our travelers is quite different. The reliance on technology is very different, especially considering the pandemic. And the way that people discover our sites, in particular, speaking to the municipal sites, that's what we have the best data on. The way that people travel right now is a lot different. And signage, while it's very important, and we want to put our best foot forward and we want to provide a good visitor experience, if we are able to conduct a review of the tourism strategy and update it, we would like to get feedback from the wider community, from businesses, on how best to support them. And if signage is still a priority for them, that's something that we would definitely include in a strategy review. But for us municipally, you'll see there when we talk about tourism growth, our growth at the municipal tourism sites has been really exponential over the last 10 years since East Hants took ownership of specifically Burnt Coat and the Interpretive Center in South Maitland. So this is a large project. It's $100,000 in our capital right now, and it's something that we want council's feedback on in terms of a priority. There are competing priorities, as with any capital budget, but in specific to the tourism reserve, tourism capital reserve, we have a current need for potential public washrooms that need to be expanded, parking, visitor amenities that visitors mention frequently at the sites. Signage may have been something that came up a lot when the original tourism strategy was released, but we don't hear as much about signage now. And I do want to stress that we do think it's still important and that we should be maintaining signs and getting feedback from local businesses. But right now, we just want to be very honest with council as to what we're seeing in the actual industry. So I just have quickly to give council an idea of the change in visitation at our municipal sites. You'll see here before the pandemic, even so 2019, for example, was a banner year for our sites, and we recorded about 65,000 visitors, and that has increased quite a bit. Last year we saw 98,000 visitors between our two municipal sites. So as I've mentioned, the strategic alignment here, this is a project born specifically out of the tourism strategy. We do think that a lot has changed since then, but if council wishes to continue with the project, we do think that there are budget implications, and we would look at adjusting the budget accordingly going forward into next fiscal. So, and I will mention as well, because it's part of the motion, the $10,000 in provincial grant funding. If this project doesn't move forward, we are keen to discuss with the province alternative uses for that grant funding. We have other projects we could request to use it for, and if not, we would be returning the unused grant funds. So if that covers everything, I'll scroll back up to the top, but happy to take questions. Thank you.
Anybody wish to ask questions on the report? We're all quiet. So if we're happy with the report, is there anybody that's willing to put forward the motion? Oh, now we have two. Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. The question on the visitation, 2025, can you give me a breakdown, if you know, from BPH to?
Absolutely, yes. Through the chair, we have, I don't have it broken down here, but I keep pretty close tabs on it myself.
Just an estimate,
Yeah,
fine.
we had about 17,000 visitors at the Interpretive Center in South Maitland last year, and the remainder of that would be Burnt Coat, so just over 80,000 visitors. I know that doesn't quite add, but just ballpark there.
Burnt Goat Head Park, are you planning to increase parking this year?
Yeah, with that, we'll, through the chair, we have some capital suggestions, but that's gonna come through budget for council discussion. It's not part of this report specifically.
Okay, based on that, I'll move the recommended motion, move that Parks, Recreation and Culture Committee recommends the council give the CAO direction to, 1, discontinue the Rising Tide Shore signage program. 2, request to reallocate the provincial beautification fund to other appropriate projects or return funding and return any municipal funds to the tourism reserve. And that 3, council direct staff to update the existing East Hants tourism strategy to reflect current tourism conditions, to present it to council approval at a further date. I so move.
Second it.
Duly moved and seconded. I'd like the deputy warden to take the chair. Good.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. It's strange we talk about signage and you're saying signage is important. I do believe signage is important. I've had at least 2 people come to me and said that the signage for Burncoat Head Park at intersection of the 215 and the 354 is small, and they would like to see an enlarged sign there. So signs are important, right? And I know there's many forms of depending on media for tourism visits, but I still, signage is important. Now, can we then, with this motion, can we then have the possibility of going on our own if we see an opportunity for signs along that 102 or 101 for that matter? This does not negate saying, no, we're not gonna do 100 series signs.
Through the chair, I think, or sorry, through the deputy warden. I think what we're saying when we say discontinue the Rising Tide signage program as it is currently and as it was presented previously. I think the really key piece to this is to revisit the existing strategy. We know that, the way we presented it and how we were working with the province was not working. We were not making headway. But it's not to say that throughout the engagement with business in the local areas or having discussions with councillors that we're not going to put something in, say, about the secondary signage pieces like the location that you mentioned. I fully expect that as part of the updated strategy, we will have components like that. And if those discussions mean that there is some wish for council for us to move forward with some sort of 100 series signage piece, we can. But I think as it was presented and as we had it envisioned previously, it's just not working and in the cards. So I think that really is a key time for us to revisit the strategy, engage local business and things like that. And I think there could be a component of that moving forward.
Understood. Thank you very much for that.
Pass the chair back to you, sir.
All right, seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And for all, oh, did you vote yes? So for all that are present, is passed unanimously. This being the last issue on the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Committee, I will adjourn this and turn it over to Infrastructure and Operations, and I do believe Councillor Musa is the deputy chair of that. He'll be taking over.
Good job, sir.
Sign in again, Sam.
Could everybody sign in again, please?
Okay. And
I did. Cecil hasn't.
okay, I would like to call the Infrastructure and Operation Committee to order. The first item is approval of the minute of November 18, 2025. I guess it's approved. First item is Thomas Street paving petition, financial update with Jesse and Alex. Okay. Where do I see them? Presenter two.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. This report is in follow-up to a paving petition report that came through planning recently. And so staff are coming back, and there was a motion to defer the decision to go to a paving petition on Thomas until some comments and review was done on Thomas Street because there was another item in the capital budget related to Thomas Street for further study. And so staff wanted to go back, gather information, and then bring that forward for executive committee to consider before that petition went forward. It was supposed to be Mackenzie Lane and Thomas Street petitions. Just Mackenzie Lane went forward for now until this report. And so for Thomas Street, there is two pricing that staff have put together. One is the cost of paving the road, including the gravel work that needs to happen based on the existing condition. And one is just the gravel work that staff have identified that needs to happen. That there's a table in it, but essentially is the cost estimate that staff have, which is linked to an asset management review of the road from 2023 that was completed by Dillon Consulting, is $860,000. To do the associated sub-base work in a paving project, the estimated cost is $1,170,000. So the difference being $310,000. In a municipal road paving petition scenario, the residents need to, if it went to local improvement charge, the lots or residents pay 100% with the option of the municipality paying 10%. It's not the 50% scenario is only if it's a provincial road and the province gives 50%. And so that's what important to consider when you're looking at a paving petition for a municipal road is that's a big swing in per lot cost. And staff wanted to review this under the view of fairness. And so this is in has been identified in the capital budget for further study. Staff had put it in for 28-29 as a forecast of when work could happen. There's scope, there's estimates, and wanted to showcase those costs. So the costs, that's the basics of the estimate that was put together. Now, the flag is, on this, there's contingency in here, there's unknowns. It's a high-level cost estimate under both scenarios. So there would be variation in what's actually cost. But if you get back to gravel roads and where the municipality doesn't have a service standard for our life cycle of gravel roads yet, this is our first discussion into it. And this isn't something we've been able to bring forward to councilors in the past, is that discussion of we get to a life cycle in a road and now we're past 20 years of this road, this road's life cycle, there's major work that needs to happen. That would need to happen regardless. So if you look at that, which includes gravel works, and there's a table of existing municipal roads, gravel roads, for example, we get into, this has been around for 20 years, a lot of work has to happen. Is it fair to, through a petition, try and divvy the cost up of $1 million plus across, in this scenario, it's 44 lots, that's an estimate. I counted, that's not the official planning estimate. Or is it fair for, based on the life cycle where this work's going to happen in the same reasonable period of time regardless, really a petition about the difference? And that's a judgment call that is new, that hasn't been debated before. And so you can see the cost scenarios. The scenario of the difference of approximately $300,000, each lot owner through a local improvement bylaw would likely be on the hook for a contribution of around $7,000. The municipality would be able to provide loan options, spread those costs over 10 years or whatever the choice may be, and it becomes more feasible. From staff's experience, I've sat through several petitions over the last decade. A over $26,000 fee per lot, that's going to fail on a petition all day long. It just is. No question. So So based on the life cycle, I don't, that's where we're into pre-identified road. Is that something where council wants to engage in what is a motion where council would acknowledge where work is going to happen anyway? There would be a petition based on the difference, and if the petition passes, the work would happen, and and road work is paid for by the general tax rate. The general tax rate would pay the normal maintenance of the road, and the difference would be paid through petition and planned as so. So that is the concept that staff are bringing forward based on the review under financial considerations. I want to open it up for discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse.
So,
Okay, now I see you.
through the chair, I guess, to the director, this works out to, around, like you say, 7,000. There's also sales tax in that, which was higher at the time of the quote. Would that reduce the price as well? I think the tax was 15 at the time, now it's 14. So that would bring it down to the 6,000. I'm trying to nickel and dime you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll have to go in, like, the municipality only pays its portion of tax, which is
that's not gonna work then.
3.8. It's not exact, but it's around 4%. So our contingency is a percentage, it's not a tax, and so that's a safety level of unknown costs and.
Okay.
And this is all relative to estimates at the time. You go out there. There isn't good records on the original construction of Thomas Street, so an engineering design is required. That would road work for gravel work or paving. We would look to do that regardless, and just to ensure the stability of the road long term.
To me, I think it's a no-win deal for them. You're going from 26,000 down to 7,000. You can pay up to 15 years. I think it's the max we can go on it. So you're looking at probably $600-700 a year over 15 years. So I'm going to make the recommended motion and leave it open for discussion for the other councilors. Move that the Infrastructure and Operation Committee recommend that council update capital project 24-018 gravel road replacement Thomas Street with the change being bring to seek approval and the capital budget to be completed in the fiscal year 2027-28. The scope will now include the paving of the municipal-owned road for a total project budget of $1,170,000, contingent on a successful paving petition and where the local residents agree to contribute towards the transition to paved surface. Where there is an understanding that the base estimate of $860,000 in gravel costs is considered work that would be done by the municipality within the same window of time, and thus not in the contracts of the local improvement charges bylaw F-100. Thank you.
Any seconder? Second by Councilor Gordon Cole. I have the warden, yeah, so I press this one.
Yes. She's going on the screen.
Yes, thank you. Just want to make sure I'm absolutely clear. This portion of Thomas Street is owned by the municipality. So at the time it was constructed, it would have been constructed to municipal standards and inspected, and the municipality would have accepted ownership, correct?
That is correct.
And by accepting ownership, then the municipality is now and has been bound for all maintenance and upkeep of Thomas Street. And if my understanding is correct, it has been long enough since that road was built that now there are some major repairs and such needed for the street, that those costs, the $860,000, those are going to be incurred regardless of whether Thomas Street is paved or not. We're still on the hook for those costs.
Correct.
So this, in essence, is not costing the general taxpayer any more money. It is simply providing an opportunity for the residents in Thomas Street to improve their road to paving for a lesser amount than if they were to have to rebuild the entire road, which, as you say, would never happen. And should this proceed, and regardless if the paving petition passes or not, we're going to fix the road up to this standard. And then we're responsible, once again, for maintaining it as a gravel road in perpetuity because we own it. But if the residents were agreeable to upgrading it to paving at the same time that we're doing this other work, then the costs for maintaining Thomas Street going forward would be considerably less than if they did not approve it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I guess I've got my understanding right. We're on the hook. It's gonna cost us, best estimate at this time, $860,000 one way or the other. That's already in the capital budget in some portion somewhere as further study or something, like it was graduated into the capital budget a year or two or however many years ago. So this is something that we have to do regardless. And so it's kind of an opportunity for both the residents and I guess the municipality going forward after that major upgrade or rebuild. So, okay, I think I've got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Okay. Next is Councillor Mitchell.
Chair, over the past few years, has there been any petitions initiated by the residents to pave that road? In your knowledge?
Through Mr. Chair, the petition was put on hold pending this report. And so a petition had been started in the queue, but it wasn't completed. Otherwise, what happens is if there would have been so there isn't one within the window, within the bylaw, council cannot, it's in section 9 of the bylaw of F100, there's a criteria where council cannot enact a local improvement charge within 3 years of a petition. So if there was a failed petition, council could then not impose a local improvement charge for within that 3-year window. The residents could still bring back a request for another petition. It's just council couldn't enforce anything within a 3-year window. If a petition failed and council wanted it to be paved, you couldn't force that on the residents within a 3-year window. So there's no holdup of a petition going forward right now. That's a long way to say that.
So if this Thomas Street paving goes forward, maintenance costs would be significantly reduced on gravel roads?
Through Mr. Chair, staff have done past reports where the overall, I don't have the exact numbers, but it is more cost effective over time for maintenance on asphalt surfaces versus gravel. The gravel deteriorates harder over time, and it's the better business case, long-term asset management. You still have to do replacement work over time, but it still pays out better to have that paved surface.
So over time, that $310,000 could be used up just in maintenance.
Absolutely.
If you left it as gravel.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair to Jesse, seems like a reasonable recommendation. Just a question, these other gravel roads, how many gravel roads can we do in a year type of thing? And what order do you upgrade the gravel roads? Like, how do you determine which gravel road needs to be upgraded first? Like, there's 11 there that are listed. Sure. And where does this gravel road, the gravel side of it, fit in the lineup with these other roads?
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. Through the chair. So a lot of this was actually done through our asset management that Dylan did with our asset management coordinator and group. So a lot of these roads, my staff go out and we're having looks at the roads in relationship with conducting either gravel road maintenance, dust control, et cetera. The years of construction, generally a lifespan of a gravel road is between 10 and 15 years based on best practice. Asphalt's around 25 to 30. Everything deteriorates at a very different, it's not a finite deterioration. So, when we look at year of construction, when we were working with Dylan, that's when we kind of were looking at when were these roads constructed, and then kind of looking forward for replacement. In the report, I believe of the 10 or 11 that are on that list, I think 7 were in theory looked at for replacement by 2026, which we're there. Obviously, you can't do 8 or 9 roads. I mean, obviously you can if you have the financial capabilities to do so. I don't think that's generally what you would want to do. But yeah, I mean, you can do as many as we're willing to financially allow based on our budget as you go forward. But our idea would be to probably put 1 or 2 forward a year. Is kind of, I think, a good best practice. Just, you don't want to overburden the contractors. Obviously, the less contractors that you have bidding on your stuff, the more potential costs you could incur with trying to get that work done. So 1 or 2 a year is usually a pretty good idea in terms of the amount of roads that we have, kilometerage and stuff like that.
So, and I get that depending on age and condition, when you would do a road, and it's not necessarily just dependent on the age. But where does Thomas fit in this 11 as far as on the list?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Is that a reasonable question?
It is a reasonable question, absolutely. So our asset management program is still building. We have more structured plan and tracking for asphalt. It's more clear cut on our priority list. Gravel, we're still building that information, to be honest. And so we have a ranking. It's poor, medium. It's like it's green, yellow, or red, if you will. Right. But red, we haven't defined what the action is in each scenario and said this is part of a service standard. So we're still learning. What I can tell you is which roads we're spending a lot of money on right now because we're triaging and it. It is. Thomas is the worst.
Okay.
Is the worst. Thomas is the worst.
That's all I need to know.
Okay, too many.
Okay, perfect.
Too detailed. No,
That's
that's
it.
fine.
Thanks.
Yep. No, it's perfect.
Okay, is that all, Councillor? Okay, Councillor Garden-Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and the obvious hook is that we're paying $810,000 to either fix a gravel road or pay to pave one. But when it goes out to petition, what kind of information? I can't remember from my experience on Boyd, what kind of information is on that petition for residents? Any details?
Through Mr. Chair, yes. So we would give a estimate of the total cost and the cost we're projecting for each unit with a caveat it's an estimate on it. And so we would tell them that this is the length, this is the intended timeline. If this was to pass, this would be the payment options that would be available to you. That would be detailed out.
Okay, but no, I guess I can see that there's not going to be any details on the ins and outs of why it would be financially advantageous for them to be doing it now at $7,000 or $8,000. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, just because it's impactful, right? So the other thing is it prorated at all? Or is it like the streets that I had, it was a different scenario. There was some prorating going on, but it was who used the streets more and that kind of thing. There was a core group that were charged the same bulk of the
Right.
amount.
Through Mr. Chair, it really, if we get to that point of paving petition, it hops over to the planning department, and I'll take some leeway and just kind of detail their processes. They look at the scenario, they identify what is the fair method of payment for this road. And so I skipped a step and said it's likely gonna be a per lot or per dwelling charge, because frontage isn't gonna make sense because there's flag lots.
Yep.
And so that doesn't feel fair because the frontage isn't gonna be in relation to the value you're getting. So so the planning department looks at, there's different scenarios. If this is the cost per dwelling unit, they review that and they say, does this look fair? They make any adjustments, and that's where, is it a corner lot? There might be a different cost than someone on a main stretch, as an example, because the corner lot has access to partial paved surfaces. So that gets looked at in that detail, and then if there was a different cost depending on where you are, you'd be explained why.
Okay.
We don't know where that will go. That'll, if a paving petition does go forward as through this, then it'll go through a cycle. I believe it'll take, I think three months is the typical cycle to prepare, identify what that rate is, but it's likely going to be per lot or per lot, if you will,
Okay.
based on what's going on in this style of road.
So not the fact that it's a long road, that someone is a kilometer in and someone else is very close to the,
No, that
main road.
typically wouldn't be
Okay.
in that scenario.
Okay, that's it for me, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You want to take yourself off, please?
Sure.
Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. So I do want to try to get this right. So if there is a successful paving petition, that total cost of that paving will be borne by the people that use on the road?
Through Mr. Chair, yes. So
The total cost?
the difference is the total cost. It's
Okay.
the 100% of the paving, which is the difference, would go to the
100%.
local residents.
So we're being asked to put 860,000 to fix up this middle part of this, fix up this road so that they can pave. And that will be borne by the roads or the general rate, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that is a touchy subject with many in my area. And I know what you're gonna tell me, you're gonna cost of whatever is gonna be cheaper, this is gonna be cheaper than maintenance and stuff. But it makes it awful hard to explain to somebody that's struggling with a gravel road in their area, although it is owned by the province, that their tax dollars are going to fix somebody else's road up. And I'm just telling you as it is, it's a touchy subject in my area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, just a follow-up question. Was there any plan during this process to do traffic calming?
Through Mr. Chair, that has not been part of the discussion. I would flag that might be an outcome. It's a long straight road. We would need to assess that.
So that'd be an additional project?
That would, and the process is ultimately whether there isn't really gonna be cost saving, like there'd be some mobilization savings, but to do traffic calming, if you're adding speed humps, you're paving the whole surface, then you're grinding off a layer anyway, and to build up and to keep it secure. So you're gonna pave the main surface regardless, so if a request came in after the fact, it would be fine.
What would the estimated cost be to do the traffic calming on that long stretch?
I'll defer the latest
Just
cost.
a ballpark, that's all.
So through the chair, God, it's 1.2 kilometers, I think, roughly. I think if I'm remembering correctly, you're probably looking at 5 to 6. It's kind of dependent on where you can fit them in. Obviously, there's grade changes. You can't put them Anything over kind of 6%, you kind of get a Dukes of Hazzard motion, so you don't really want to put anything like that. I believe we did 4 for around 50,000 quite recently in the corridor area. But it's a guess. There's signage that you need to get installed, traffic calming neighborhood signs, speed table signs, additional items that would go into it. So
Ballpark that project, just to,
ballparking, you're probably
60 to 75,000.
okay, thanks, I was just looking ahead to the traffic calming coming up
Okay,
on that stretch.
thank you, Councillor. I see no one else. We go to the vote.
Just gotta wait for Eleanor's vote.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And the votes came in, and it is 9, 9-1 with Councillor Rhino voting nay. How do I go back? How do I go back?
Thanks, Alex.
Okay. Our next item is status of construction and demolition, C&D landfill cell, waste management center, budget, Andrea Trask. Okay. Presenter number 2.
Yeah, it's still on.
Hello,
Well,
everyone.
You're
Hi.
still on, yeah?
Yep, I think I'm on.
Okay, go ahead.
That's right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here to talk to you about the status of the construction demolition landfill cell that we're looking at putting in at the Waste Management Center. So in the document, we did talk about how we've already been to council. We've talked about the need to build another cell, and we're in that process. At this stage in the capital budget, we have funds in there that are about $1.425 million. As we've gone through this process, we have engineered designs now, we have an application to Department of Environment, but we have not gone to market yet. As part of this process, we have found that a number of things have changed since November 2024, when we first saw you, and that really comes down to money. Things have gone up in price. So the purpose of being here today is to have a conversation with you about increasing our capital budget for the project to $1.84 million. So that's a $410,000 budget variance from the original approval that we sought. And we do have a recommended motion there. So just a few things to flag for you as to why we're asking for additional money. Again, we haven't gone out to market. But based on the work that has been done, so our geotechnical investigation, looking at surface conditions, historical waste placement, some of our other survey work we've done, and the fact that we don't have the clay on site that we were hoping to reuse on the site. All these things have included extra costs that we're expecting when we go to market. So from the probable cost tables that we had in 2024 to today, that's where we're coming into the difference. So before we go to market, we wanted to have this conversation with you. And in the motion, we do state that we would be looking to have the additional funds come from the solid waste operating reserve to adjust that capital budget.
Okay, go ahead, Jesse.
And through you, Mr. Chair, the reason, so we're just about to start budget discussions, and I just wanted to flag, the reason we're coming now is the option to get to market early so that we don't risk any service delays. If we can get everything in order, we reduce that risk of our existing cells filling up and getting forward and having construction season hit as soon as possible for this project. So that's why we're here, because this is as earliest as we could get to executive to make a decision. And that is an alternative, is to wait over the next 2 months to go through the budget discussions, that would be a decision for this group to make either way.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay, we start the discussion. Oh, okay, we got Councilor Mitchell first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I read the report, I was just thinking, where can we get some more clay? So since Shaw Brick is no longer making bricks, and they might have clay available using the brick process, my question, would you have reached out to, or could you reach out to them to see what might be available, or this is something I'm just thinking when I was thinking to myself way back when?
Yeah, I've got it. So through Mr. Chair, it's still at a cost, and historically for ourselves, we as a municipality have used clay that we could salvage from our existing land holdings, and it was a huge cost savings. We would still need to purchase that clay. It was costed, and it was costed more than the liner. And there's actually technical benefit to using the liner, as it actually gives us more space than the clay. We can actually design bigger, and it builds out a generational sized cell. Andrew, the timeline on this cell is anticipated at?
We'll all move on that. So the intention of this cell is it's gonna last us 35 and potentially 40 years of cell space. And the intention is that we're basically designing out the space that we have. So anybody who's been on council or on staff in previous years, you'll remember back in the day, we would come, previous staff would say, hey, we need to build a cell, we'd build a cell, and by the time that cell opened, we were filling it, and then we were coming back asking to build another cell. So we're here today, when we talked to the engineers, there's a lot of different benefits from just going in and just building out that space so that we're there, we're within the regulations as they are today, and we can just do this and be done. So that's the intention.
So the liner's the best option?
It is.
Yeah, it gives us more space.
Okay, I'm okay with that. I just had that notion.
Thank you, Councilor. I think in 40 years, Councilor Rhino will still be here.
I might be too.
Okay, Councilor Tingley.
Through the chair, so is it my understanding that the type of liner that you're looking at, one of the reasons is not just because of clay versus the synthetic liner, it's actually a better liner?
Through Mr. Chair, yeah, you can, it gives you more design options on slope and stability, and so you can actually create more space using it. So there's an advantage, and it's cheaper than purchasing the clay that takes up more space to use.
So if you didn't have to purchase the clay, would you consider clay?
Yeah, that's what we have done in the past.
That is what we did in the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move the recommended motion. Move that the Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommend that council approve the addition of $410,000 to the capital project 25019, construction and demolition landfill cell, with funding coming from the solid waste operating reserve, G501, that will see the updated total approved budget for the project become $1,840,000.
Moving second, that's, okay, Councilor Rhino came back in. Okay,
Thank you,
Go ahead, Councilor.
Mr. Chair, and I may have missed this through you to staff. It just skipped me.
Well, you're gonna be bad in 40 years.
Oh, you'll have to come back. It just left me. I don't know why, but anyway.
Okay, we'll give you a couple minutes. Okay. All right, no, I see no one else, we'll go for the vote.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't see the results. Okay, so, and the motion passed unanimously. Our next item is in camera contractual issue. Okay, Councilor Rhino got his memory back, I guess.
Excuse me for that moment, but you said that we have not gone to market on this? So my only fear is, did we allow enough?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that could happen. The projected budget is provided by the engineers based on what the costs are that they're seeing in the market right now for the other projects similar to this. So there could be cost savings, there could be things that we look at what they bring us and maybe there's something that our staff will end up doing and we don't need that contractor to do it, things like that, stuff will come up. But right now, the best estimate is that this is the cost in today's market for the things that we need to make the cell. So obviously, things have gone up since 2024, so,
If you feel, I'm just, would like to put a little bit more if you believe that we needed it, but obviously you don't, so.
No,
there's a contingency line in that proposal, so.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Our next item is an in-camera contractual issue with Andrea. We'll wait till we go in camera. And to discuss to continue the CAO priority.
Yeah.
Move in second. We'll go in camera. Okay, thank you. I'd like to say that we met in camera to discuss contractual issue and CAO priority, and there's no motion coming out of that meeting. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Moving second, all in favor? Okay, boys, we're adjourned.